Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Planning issues again.
It's actually pending, but So, and it's everything. Yeah, say that.
No, they're just doing. You can read the notes more. So that's what.
Yeah.
So our goal.
Kids with some daily.
Thanks.
It looked like a nuisance to me.
Oh, you drove by
I
it.
did.
Well, she can make a complaint about what she wants, right?
So, we're going to. I just want to. Maybe he got out there. Right? Good thing. But it meant that like, you know, there's always been like, don't be any.
Well, I think I'm gonna be. This owner doesn't like, she's replaced her windows. The unit doesn't like that window stickers are still on the windows. That's one of the things that got right.
It's that, is I zoomed in. If there were like notices for builders.
Well, with the pellet stickers, right? Nothing illegal about that.
When Tim Duffy's ready?
It was like a couple weeks ago. It was 14.
Oh.
It was so much. Very nervous. Preparing the dance. Well, I'm gonna do the first. And from the sound good.
They did. I looked at my desk, my tea. Bring it, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you guys move it.
That's great. It is. It is. The red button, absolutely. So don't roll out all the corners. Remark? No. No. They're separated.
Yeah, we didn't make it up.
I think my question is, okay, I mean, are you like this? Is it 8 feet or is it 6 feet? Okay, that's just.
Google glasses, so then.
I have an extra pair if you want to borrow.
It's unusual that I have an extra pair of them. And I do too, but you have to hand them back to them when they have a question.
Me too, sorry.
It's okay.
We should have a whole set of them, like, sitting out here. We used to keep them at the front desk. We used to keep a couple back in the day. Good restaurant. Yes. Well, now you just use your phone and. I know, I don't wear mine, like I need them, but I scan, and then when I.
Student market wait for Dan. Yeah. Yeah. He's out today.
You got your meeting with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good you you're ahead of me in new technology. You do. Oh, yeah. That was great. My son's son. We were there. What is interesting, it's funny because it's my first. But it's my yeah. It is.
You know, moving overseas, it's a secret. So you're going in well, probably is a secret. Anyway, it's got someone across. A question I put out there to have news, just a third. And they responded. These city approved.
Real. English might not be the first language. Part of
Somebody isn't.
one way to do it. Never been a service.
Same company is gonna be taking care of all that. It's gonna be,
That's gonna be.
And then we always.
So what's a Zoom meeting?
I just did. Get anything back. I'll step up.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone, we're gonna wait for our fourth council member, so we have a quorum.
Talk about Spain in the
one time me and Lena were both in Spain at the same time. And we were both coming home at the same time, and she was in the plane right behind my plane. On the, I looked at it on the property, I think this is right behind this. I know, I was in United, I don't know what you were in, but I can't remember. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you just meant the parking structure, the drainage. Just under it because he doesn't want. There's.
Right. And,
Recusal setting with this one.
yeah, so the only in the four, if one of us don't show up, then this is where we're at. Yeah,
And on the next meeting, that agenda is full right now. I don't know if we'll do this item or not, so we'll have to post.
We'll have to talk about
Yeah, we'll
that.
talk about it. So I don't want people to think it's definitely gonna be at the next one.
okay.
Can that be modified through discussion? I think, you know, a lot of the constituency out there has waited a long time.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Water rate study's not important.
Kimmy will be here for that, I'll tell you that. Yeah. That's it.
So I guess in which case we're probably good until 5:30 if anybody wants to even come back or. maybe come back.
To be fine.
What's that?
To be fine.
We didn't find that.
Okay.
I know you're welcome to hang out with us the whole time.
Yeah.
What's- that's what we're looking at. I guess they were first. He's got a little stage.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You're done, you take a picture, make sure it's not under a piece of wood in this house.
We checked in his house.
Okay.
We checked the piece of wood.
Right, nothing under a piece of wood.
Mayor, permission to play a little yacht rock radio. To,
Sure, dude.
any objections?
No,
Yes.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Seven.
Unless somehow many. That would give you a good news story.
Oh, really? Fire. Oh, it's
That's great. Because the situation. is fun. Yeah. It's too. It's like a play outside. Near to the beach area. Here, but it alerts everywhere.
What's happening?
There's a child was there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. And lost like over the face, I think.
Oh.
I'll be back. Thank you. Here.
Really? All right. Yeah.
Alex, we need to go back and get some coffee from Marina, the sun's out.
No, I already took the
Copy.
cut, so I'm just taking the pay cut. So you guys will pay me next year to be here, council.
Yep, you'll get paid. You're on council. A fortune like you've never.
Unfortunately, like you've never known.
And there's no calling the other council members and trying to do, yeah.
It is concerning.
It is.
Kimmy is,
Yeah, I would say very reliable, and I like him that good, he's called.
His wife, I don't know, that's what I've said about.
Some said they think working kids are out of the country.
are they still down in South America?
Oh.
Cars there, must be, yeah.
I don't know, that means he's not stuck under a piece of wood, but.
No, we don't.
Drunk somewhere.
Not worth speculating at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the one with his kids, sometimes this is priority, of course, so like if they had something scheduled or something changed.
I'm pretty sure they're still
Make
making
their
bills.
bills out.
They were out of town for most of the summer.
He would reach out.
Open my time to friends.
Is it really?
No, it started like 7.
Nice.
Well, I guess we got an hour. We're gonna settle in.
Let's go learn some merits.
His neighbors earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it was. So,
Is that, the recusal, is that written into the law somewhere, or is that just kind of a cultural precedent?
Mhm.
I might go meet my dog.
That's a good idea.
They always do it for me.
I might go ride my bike down the road.
Or any other board.
This, I could go.
There you go. I'm thinking about internet.
Right.
It's all
This process.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no disclosure there. That's very specifically. People still have.
Yeah, if something changes, next year.
It's the only.
The power of Secretary of State.
Roll up.
Without this member. And
Maybe we're meant to not be considered public, I know.
Six members of council.
What's the breadth of what you're on? Okay. I wasn't going.
They wouldn't let everybody, be like, not be.
Video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
You can do it unless you can't, otherwise.
For you.
I actually have to
No,
make
no,
sure
no.
that I understand. I've got to leave. People are more knowledgeable. Taking a possible code violation. I mean, center somewhere.
But you could, I mean, especially in a small town, you could make it.
There are all sorts of different ways.
Yeah. It's like a public government. So I basically.
Except for only.
Right, yeah.
Show your pitching.
those two better. I talked to Kyle about that. Oh, yeah, email Kyle, email me. Sure. it can-
Yeah, and, if there's somebody who's been contacting you, there's a lot.
In a jurisdiction where I don't really know how I'm residential lot. I don't get it on trees. That's how I'm
I mean,
understanding.
it's like, I don't know for.
No, it's separate location. The owns the frontmost portion of your brush. When the sun
Just like.
yeah.
There's been
In that
a
situation.
lot of people
Everyone else was owns a single family residential lot.
with the house and.
Participate in the discussion. And
We did.
Got
Some
it.
not clear.
Of course not.
A lot of things in life are,
That's right.
so.
So you asked in that situation, how we actually do that. I actually have to watch. Anybody who owns an RV
Okay, gotcha.
and if I don't. get
And you're like-
close, I actually hurts my back.
Oh, I'm sure. I want to.
Oh, you should make a general public benefit. You can make it all you want.
Because I mean, the hypothetically you propose, I can't see that, like,
I wore
You don't make it, it's not my legal, but.
leather like. You can't do that. And I brought one other, doing a leadership, around leadership. Under is that guy.
So what if you are,
And go straight to the
right,
recommendation.
the way this council is
And I
doing
put on my
it,
boots.
it's all inclusive, like.
One and one. Take your pick.
Lot of, like.
Disney project.
One, here, police officer. It's like. My underwear. Oh my. What?
Like I really.
Yeah, I mean,
Really wanted to tell that story. Yeah, yeah. Think I was reach the gate.
We benefit, covenant, we don't.
I knew that.
So it's not necessarily.
That would be a thing. Maybe that's me. Here, but I'll be. Yeah. That's pretty good. Still has me.
think it better be here.
Which provisions are still?
Living
I guess we'll argue about it. There's somebody can live here and walk down to the-
Yeah. And we love it.
I'm doing. For somebody to pay-
Big one. I'm getting to the point where they go, yeah, now.
That's what it is, yeah.
Like it's okay at the beginning of summer, like shave on the bike ride and I'm now I'm ready to go. 30 minutes.
Totally.
But yeah.
Sure. Sure. Consider yourself. Great. You don't mind, you can- Well, there's not a mutual conflict. Tell me, what's your legal advice? I'm happy to try to keep those provisions in the state statute, or you will read them and then come back and argue with me. You members don't have a problem. I'm happy to do that. Please still read the statute first, read the cases that have interpreted those statutes, and then we'll have an argument.
I'm not arguing. Yeah, I'm sure that's what the law says. I'm saying, I'm just, you know.
Well,
having a
I don't disagree with you. Sometimes the law
having a
says.
rhetorical conversation about how in our small town with the people that we have in power and the population demographics direction that people that actually live here are going to increasingly be only those people in be restricted to affordable housing as more and more about to get pushed out, what are the type of people that are getting elected to council in the year ahead? And then no one's gonna be able to actually do anything
Well,
about
with all
this.
due respect, Alex, maybe we should figure out the appropriate policy for I don't think it's stay with it. And we would have to face that
Well,
problem.
the council, it's, yeah, but unfortunately, the direction they're going is.
I don't, that for you and yours to consider, no, I'm not here for the. The bad and different. I'm here to-
Well, you should, you're a member of the town. You should go.
No, I'm not.
Where do you live? You just drive up here to get law advice?
Only for the last 30 years.
Well, sweet that the town's paying, we should, just like, you know, the police officers who come from Denver and then police our community, I feel like we should have members of the community in all of these roles who have a vested interest in the outcome of the community. No, but as a member of the community, I'm just saying, you know, it's like, I know from the police standpoint, there's an issue around town. You don't feel like you have people that are residents of the Front Range that come up and now they're policing the community and they don't have vested interest in the community and they don't know the people in the community because they're not members of the community and then they're enforcing.
Let me
the
assure
law.
you, Alex, regardless of what all is I, my legal license. Right? I live next door, or I live in Kansas, I'm gonna give you the same legal. Not gonna be biased by where I live, that's not my job.
He's a young kid. This is all.
No, I'm being rhetorical. I'm not excited. Rhetorical with you too. Saying, it doesn't make any difference, if your attorney is doing a job, it doesn't make any difference for your attorney. If your attorney is giving you legal advice, not policy. The attorney isn't there, with all due respect, to serve the will of the electorate. Frankly, it's not even necessarily to serve the will of the council member. My job is to serve an entity called the town of Frisco.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give legal advice based on its best interest. Right, whether I think these 7 want to hear it or not. Whether I think this gentleman over here wants to hear it or not, or anybody else in the town, right? I would argue you're better off with somebody not studying socially of the town. Let's begin, that's for discussion. Most towns of this size do not enjoy attorneys qualified.
Yeah.
Not all in Front Range, there's some.
Breckenridge is the only
Breckenridge
town in Summit County that has a staff attorney.
Yeah, it's, and whoever has my own.
Didn't Dylan have one? Because wasn't there a whole issue
No.
earlier where they?
They're contracted.
Okay, good, but they left their
Yes.
contract for.
They've had 3 contracted attorneys in the last year. It's a little different.
Yeah.
Just because of the breadth and scope of what counties do. They need full-time attorneys because they do have, you know.
No, she's saying we have county attorneys that they be qualified to do. the-
Oh, I see.
No, sorry, I was not paying attention to your.
Oh.
I don't think I know what you're talking
You were just talking that you have full-time attorneys.
about. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And it's because of the breadth of subjects that the county covers.
and the dollar amount.
Yeah, true.
I would tell you that Frisco, before Frisco's budget, doubled again, I think Frisco would want to think about in-house.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the level of work just becomes so much that I'm somewhere between half and 3/4 of my working. This isn't a full-time job quite yet,
Right, but it's.
but it's getting there.
But Carl Hanlon does things. How many times have he done? Is the,
Oh, you don't.
Well, I do other counties too.
Huh?
I do other counties as well. We have associates and the like. Yeah, this isn't my own thing. I'm just saying this town takes up between half and 3/4 of my working life. In spite of my protestations.
And we do try to keep it to.
I know you do, but. It's talking about.
Point me in the right direction. Sure. See, I don't want to waste any of my 3 minutes public comment on this because there's not enough time. But if I have some safety, traffic concerns that I would like to address, what would be the method of going forward with that?
Probably send them to. We're in transition with our town engineer right now.
Okay.
So it might take me a little time to get on the direct. Oh, concerned about that. It's one of those. So, yeah.
I'll send you. Yeah, there's a. Where the place I just bought, there's a two-way stop sign. Within 2 weeks. Like 5 times in 2 weeks. In fact, on the way over here to this meeting,
Is it?
Lake Point and 10 Mile Drive. Just like Second Ave and Granite was years ago, where that was a 2-way stop, and then eventually they changed it to a 4-way. Because
people come flying.
people don't read the sign, and it's a right of way. This was only a 2-way stop, and
It's that weird angle intersection.
no, it's next to the weird angle
You know what I'm
intersection.
talking about.
Yeah, no, it's a 90-degree intersection. There's a weird one next to it. The pictures,
Yes.
but it's. I want to. Sure. To put a 4-way stop sign. The other one that I haven't seen for years, and eventually it's gonna be someone's gonna get killed and then it'll change. And I know the town only has partial jurisdiction, I think for the other half, but. There. Go. Why is there no? Someone is gonna get, especially, I mean, I can here, that with the increase in, it is, there is a people are in municipal. Yes, because I mean, the first little stretch here is town jurisdiction. Obviously, the big stretch by the dam is county or Denver. But like,
I mean, I guess over the.
it's not over the dams.
Structure.
Yeah. At first, I thought maybe it was like a snowplow issue. Actually, in the dam, and they just push the snow up over under the. But eventually, right, people are taking it to the lake. They pull their wheel, or it's at night, and they're coming back from the concert, and they've had 2. I mean, I put a shit light to make sure that they visit. I love the rock paper doll.
The text.
Yeah. Well, the full moon. So there are other things that I care about. Yeah, just appreciate the.
The northernmost.
Wide open.
Yeah.
So strange choices.
That don't turn off.
They do. Yeah. I wasn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, I, yeah. Yeah. It's all.
Yes.
And Wanda, finally. Remains. Yeah. We want to do this. You said. Even the picture. Use that.
What a clever idea though.
So it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna take some skill. Finally, we.
It's not you.
But.
Like that, like,
Just. No. Way. For some reason, just for a second. I break my toe. Oh, that's the worst. So kicked it real bad. Oh, later, and again. It was and then again, mornings. Thank you. Oh,
everything is gonna be something better. I feel like everything is.
you gotta get it done for species. You can stay at it. I couldn't. It's next. So it's next. We got a girl. I just wait till after Labor Day, right? Because wait till our busy season. Be back in January without. You don't, but
And then I.
It's its own separate. Yeah, it is teaching kids science, but unfortunately, that's the world we live in. So many people do that, but you get sick pay, you get PTO, you get benefits, you get. This might have been before your tenure. The whole issue, what's considered and how the middle school. Because I heard about the restaurant, and there are middle school teachers would then become internship. They shouldn't be just, they need to go. You got a lot less than prep, you got grading, you need to rep. You can't even imagine how you first shift for teaching. But great telling me, thinking of we need teaching and doing this hard job on me to qualify for that.
Yeah, just gotta email.
Because the middle school,
If you get somebody mistaken, yes, they the family like to bail.
Yeah.
sorry, so that was town goal. Granted, you know, in my but it was like the fact that we have these pockets of what we all consider Frisco that don't consider Frisco.
We talked about this.
Yeah.
You know, if you're part of the stream.
For the best, I think Mark just read an email, he just got an email from him, or he just got it, a text, Mark just got a text from them.
So.
We've got the meeting. Real.
He also sent it to me.
Picture.
So we're going to. Take it. So what is up? Okay.
Very good answer.
But I, like, you know, in the city, which show for them to show.
Brought that, had that conversation in the home person. For, which hasn't been, and I don't think we've been discussing. Kevin, it's like, yeah, I got a meeting. 51% of Frisco for that exact reason. Yeah, that's something to do. Understanding that.
If we got him, what, you know, the.
That's in the functions.
You give her a lecture that morning, and you
As it, you could all three of you say, but. It's a good old business. I guess that's fitting. Mean they got it. But yeah, I mean, you know. Yeah, great one. Like I said, long video. Great. Parents following. He's probably playing better, but. And it will bring that all kind of money.
carry on.
Yeah.
Bye, thank you. Well, at least it's okay.
Yeah, we got the proof of life.
Birthday, he's not here. He's nowhere near.
He's bail. He knows all of you. He says sorry, he got his dates wrong.
Tell him his front door got kicked in.
Just moving down the street.
Yeah. No, he's not. No, not one got the call, the late, the hammer, late.
He answers that.
I know.
He wants to know if this covenant is the.
Six.
Oh, that's at the name. I do know those are the structure. Well, you don't. Never mind. I didn't read the vote, yeah.
I just remember doing that. I was like, I'll just look at it.
Yes.
Shall have a right of redemption.
So you do. Is that a problem?
No, that's not.
Once you do that.
Yeah.
Named in future days. Problem with that is it named. Those future units. One that's allowed.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's the next one.
I said they had this.
We are allowed to.
We have 3 days.
What's the AIM Islands? No, the AIM Islands, he gets to wait. Clear. So this, I see, this is the different, the phase two. Gotcha, and only the phase two. Of course. Condition. Yeah, I get. So. Okay, just so you know. Head will explode. Cause he thinks he got away with it.
Right.
It's good.
Hey Ryan, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can. There's some background noise, but I assume that'll go away. So I can hear you great.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll get started in just a couple minutes.
Perfect.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
We are good. Okay, everybody good? Basically, thanks for joining us for the July 22nd, 2025 Frisco Town Council work session. We didn't have a part of the first agenda item, so we are just starting the meeting now for the 5:30 community survey results with the strategies. And we have Ryan Winger online, and Diane, you want to kick us off?
I'd love to. Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. Benson, for being here this evening. Before I introduce Mr. Winger here, I will give just a little bit of a background, and then I'm going to turn it over I'm going to go with Ryan. It's a lot easier at this point in time as well. But just so everyone is on the same page, you can recall we started this year in 2025. We started with the council retreat, and one of the things we talked about at our retreat was all the capital projects we wanted to accomplish, either within a 10-year period or things that were on a list of unfunded projects. They were very important to the community, but we couldn't actually really afford them over the next 10 years. So at that time, the council supported looking at what would the community's appetite be for potential tax increase. So it took us a little bit of time to get there. And in May, we had Ryan came and presented a draft survey of what would be released to the community. And that survey was released over the period of June 11th to July 8th. I'll have Ryan, he'll go over all the survey results and where we ended with this. And really the conversation tonight is for your engagement, we want to hear from you. The ultimate question we will be asking you at the end of this presentation and throughout tonight is, are you supportive of moving forward with the tax increase on the November 2025 ballot? And we want to hear from you. What are your issues, your concerns, your support, your not support, whatever that looks like. We want to hear that from you. If you do choose to move forward with something like that, the question will also be, is that looking at a lodging tax increase or is that a sales tax increase? And you'll see all the numbers and we'll go through all the data. And we've been able to talk with Ryan. We've seen these results. So we've been able to just essentially help present all of this to you. So hopefully you have the ability to make an educated decision tonight. So without further ado, I'll turn it over.
Make one more following one thing, and there's a little bit of urgency in getting some feedback from the council on this, because if you back into a November 2025 election date and all that has to happen with the county in order to get that ready, you have to hit your August meetings with ordinances to make that work. So that's why we're pressing you on that point right now.
So Ryan is with Magellan Strategies. He is the polling project manager and ballot measure consultant. We've been working with him through this whole process. And Ryan, the floor is yours.
All right. Thanks, Diane. Nice to be with you all this evening. My first question is, can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So let's get right into it. For those who aren't familiar, I'm sure at least some of you there received the text message. So you see over there on the left, just an example of what the text message that went out to registered voters in Frisco looked like, just informing them that this is an important survey about capital projects and potential future ballot measures. And we surveyed 303 registered voters within the town over a period of roughly a month, as Diane said, from June 11th through the 9th of July. So that's a pretty strong sample size given the size of the town. It gives us a margin of error of about 5%. But what's important, and to kind of go off of what you were just talking about in terms of the election, is that this data is weighted to represent what we expect turnout to look like for an odd year election in Frisco. So just to kind of go over what that looks like and how that may be different, for example, from next year in a midterm or last year in a presidential year, you can really see that's why we have the red box around 23. That's the most recent comparable election. And really the big difference between an odd year election and an even year election is going to be found in the age group there in the middle of the slide. Whereas last year in a presidential year, you had somewhere in the range of 44, 45% over the age of 55. In a typical odd year, that will jump up by about 10 points. So you see back in 2023, it was about 55%. And so that's really a difference when you see that smaller turnout for an odd year, that basically 1,100 compared to around 1,900 last year. It's really just because of lower turnout overall, but specifically among the younger voter demographic. So odd year basically means older turnout, and that's kind of important to keep in mind as we're going through the results because they're weighted to match that turnout. So let's get right into it. I'm not going to spend much time over on the right side of the slides with the different demographic subgroups. Those are kind of there just for your benefit and curiosity. But we'll just more talk about the overall numbers, again, of the 333 that completed the survey. And the first thing that we see is that there's quite a bit of satisfaction or strong job approval with the job the town is doing providing services and programs to residents. So we kept it very open-ended. We didn't talk about what those programs and services might be, just overall, how do you approve of the job the town's doing? And almost 3 out of 4, 72% approve of the job the town is doing, 18% disapprove, 10% no opinion. So really, we ask questions like this for a couple reasons. One, we want to ease them into the survey a little bit. We don't want to hit them, with the core topic right off the bat. But it also gives us a sense of, are there any kind of underlying issues for voters that may affect how they would vote that don't have anything to do with the specifics of a potential ballot measure? Otherwise, you fall into the trap of thinking, oh, they must not like the ballot measure when maybe there's really something else going on under the surface. And I think what we find here is that that's really not the case as far as this question is concerned, because nearly 3 out of 4 are happy with the job that town's doing. Anytime you're talking about a potential revenue ask, this is obviously also a relevant question. Do you agree or disagree that the town is fiscally responsible and spends taxpayer money wisely? So what we find here, really what we're looking for here and what's a strong measurement, we ask this question in pretty much any local government survey that we conduct, is we're looking for a 2-to-1 ratio between agree and disagree. And so you see the Frisco in this case does meet that kind of benchmark. 58% agree, 28% disagree, 14% no opinion. And again, we're just looking for any kind of negative perception there may be about, oh, the town should already have the resources they need. They shouldn't need to because they're not spending money wisely. So we don't see that kind of dynamic here. But as we go to the next slide, what we do see, do you think the town has the financial resources needed to provide residents with an acceptable level of services and programs? 77% say yes, 12% no, 11% no opinion. So this really kind of tracks with those previous two questions. It makes sense if folks are pretty well pleased with the job the town is doing. It would make sense that they believe that the town has adequate resources. Obviously, anytime you're talking about a potential revenue ask, it's a little bit of double-edged sword because you can see, oh, nearly or over 3 out of 4 in this case believe that the town has the resources needed. So it just shows that there's a little bit more maybe of a story that needs to be told. But this is where voters are starting off, where 3 out of 4 are very happy with the job that the town's doing. But also, on kind of a related note, 3 out of 4 believe that the town has the resources necessary to provide an acceptable level of services and programs. So with that, we're going to slowly ease them into the tax conversation. And to start off, we wanted to ask this question, just generally speaking. So not talking about the kind of tax. And what we'll see in a couple slides here is that the kind of tax really does matter. because when you ask generally, would they support a tax increase to create a dedicated funding source for capital projects, only 33% would support, 58% would oppose, 9% no opinion. And this is really not surprising. We're just trying to, again, just kind of set a benchmark for just taxes in general. And right now, a lot of folks are more tax hesitant, especially like at this point in the survey, they don't know if you're talking about property taxes. That's even more of a sensitive subject for a lot of folks that we see in pretty much every survey we've done here in the last few months. And so they need to know a little bit more about what kind of tax you're talking about before that support number starts to jump up a little bit. And so that's the next part of the survey. We want to let them know the town hasn't made decisions, but we want you to participate in the survey, and sharing your honest opinion is going to help us make these decisions. So even before we introduce what kind of tax we're talking about, capital projects is obviously a very broad category that can mean many different things to many different people. So we included this kind of section where we're, introducing the idea of the 10-year capital program, the plan, and how it's going to meet needs in the community. Again, it's a plan, it's not a budget, making sure they understand that, and making sure that they know that some of these projects are still relatively far off, but we still want to get their opinion on kind of this laundry list of projects. So we're going to hit them with two sections. For each group of projects, we're going to ask whether you would be more likely to approve a tax increase or more likely to reject it if these projects were included. And what we see with the first group, a total of 33 projects, and we are talking about the cost here. We just give them that number because, it's important to see these things when you add them all up is that $60 million number you see there at the top. So we're talking infrastructure projects, and the number one that kind of jumps off the page in terms of making people more likely to support an increase is fire mitigation in Frisco's backyard. So that's really kind of the outlier. That's something that a lot of folks would like to see included in any kind of revenue ask. And then you see a little bit of a drop there to things like multi-use pathway, engineering and construction, road lighting, parking, and sidewalk improvements. And of course, we're still keeping this pretty broad, right? We're not saying these improvements on these specific roads or this, lighting at this intersection or anything like that. It's just still broad. And so those, over half of voters are more likely to vote yes upon, or if those things were included. Also things like broadband, fiber infrastructure, power utility, undergrounding. And then you see them start to drop below 50% on things like traffic management, to where this is kind of more of a one-to-one. For each person that would be more likely to vote yes, there's another group that would be more likely to vote no, saying either we don't need that or now's not the time, or they're even thinking ahead, okay, this is going to mean my taxes are going up. And while I like a lot of this stuff, I'm not necessarily sure I want to pay more in taxes for it. So that's what you start seeing towards the bottom here. Things even like bridge replacements, town facility improvements and projects, signage and wayfinding. Some of those things, it's not that they don't view them as important, but just as we start going down the list here, it's more, I'm not sure I want my taxes to be increased at this time for that purpose. So that's the group of infrastructure projects. The next section that we showed them included a variety of trail, park, marina, and recreation projects. And as you see on these, again, nothing pops as high as fire mitigation, but the top responses here are to fund things like new trail planning and additions, more restrooms at the marina, parks, and trailheads, and general park improvements at 51%. And then you see a little bit of a drop to things like playground replacement and improvements, Nordic trail expansion, lighting at recreational areas. And this is really not too surprising. We do a lot of work centered around recreation for different municipalities around Colorado. And what you see with any kind of recreation opinion is that if someone doesn't use or feel that they personally benefit from a particular project, they're just less likely to vote to increase their taxes to fund it. So it makes sense in a lot of ways where the more people that use it or are affected by some of these projects, the more likely they're going to be to vote yes and support a tax increase. And going on down the list, again, things like shade structures, marina facility improvements, historic park, land use planning and implementation, bike park improvements, improved snowmaking. It's not that these things don't have, a group of people that support them. It's just that there's a larger group that says, not right now. I don't want my taxes to increase for these things. So we also asked, after giving them that list, we wanted to try kind of get a better sense of, okay, of all this stuff, because we know we hit you with a pretty big list. Please describe what's most important to you. And you kind of see the themes and the percentage of responses who mentioned each theme. And not surprisingly, it's fire mitigation and wildfire prevention. That was number one. Followed by trails, paths, and outdoor access. Infrastructure, which is, a pretty broad category covering roads, sidewalks, lighting, and utilities. And then there's a drop to marina improvements. 14% said, yes, I'd like to see more done at the marina. But obviously those top three are kind of really the three that showed up the most often in these responses. Then we wanted to look at the other side of the coin. Again, it doesn't mean these aren't a priority, but which are the lowest priority for you? And you see that in terms of the 14% that the marina is the most important, there's a group twice as large where it's the lowest priority for them, because they either believe that it's already received enough investment, they think it should be self-sustaining, a laundry list of reasons they give for that. Also things like snowmaking and adventure park enhancements, they view these almost as like non-essential or catering too much to tourists. Those are the things that show up when they mention those. Bike park and playground improvements, a lot of respondents just view these as niche, that they don't benefit enough people. At least that's a perception among this group. And then things like lighting improvements, signage and shade structures, which is interesting. Some folks were bringing up that lighting improvements aren't needed, and it actually it disrupts the dark skies, or just the fact that they're not necessary. So we asked them for their highest priority and their lowest priority, and those kind of themes help to, again, just give another layer of understanding for how folks are viewing these project lists. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, they've known all along, this is probably what they're waiting to answer, right? We're talking about ballot measures. So as a next step, projects included could be funded or accelerated by a voter improved tax increase. And we're letting them know that we're going to ask them about both a sales tax or a lodging tax. The order of these was randomized. So some people saw the sales tax first, some people saw the lodging tax first. And here's the results we saw. So here's the ballot language that was tested for a 0.5% sales tax increase. We do find it's important whenever we can to test at least a draft of what the ballot language may look like. The simple reason being it just gives us a more accurate read on how folks are going to vote. So if we tried to paraphrase, we're thinking about doing this for these purposes, it never quite gets an accurate reading, or as accurate a reading as it does to say, shall town of Frisco taxes be increased 1.7 million beginning January 1st? Like, this is what they're going to see on the ballot. So we might as well try to get a read of how they view it right now today. So on again, a 0.5% sales tax for these purposes, and we have two very broad bullet points: infrastructure projects, trail park, marina, and rec projects. But remember, they've already got in their head, the list that we just asked them to evaluate. So for those things, a 0.5% sales tax, how would you vote? 46% would vote yes and approve. 49% would vote no and reject, and 5% are undecided. So even here you see, remember back a couple slides ago, only 33% would support a generic, don't know what kind of tax increase. So specifying that it's a sales tax, those numbers increased to 46%. So very split opinion on this, obviously, pretty much a 1-to-1 in terms of those who vote yes and those who vote no and reject. You see the largest group even is that probably yes at 34%. So clearly that it's a little bit of a mixed bag. There are folks that would support that sales tax increase, but there are just as many after going through the project list who say, nah, I'm not sure this is the right time to be doing this. Moving on again to the lodging tax increase, which again, some folks saw this question first, but it's a 4% lodging tax increase. Here's the ballot language. And again, it's got the same two bullet points. It's similarly structured to the sales tax. And what we find is that 54% of respondents would support a 4% lodging tax, 41% would vote no and reject it, and 5% are undecided. So again, we are over 50% here. just in our opinion, kind of what we typically see in any pre-election polling is that we like to see 60% support, just because there are going to be factors that are kind of out of our control in terms of a crowded ballot or an economic downturn of some kind where you can't just hang your hat on, oh, well, the polling said 50% plus one, so we're solid. So this is kind of right in that gray area. There is certainly more support for a lodging tax. And there are just more folks that view it as something that isn't necessarily going to directly impact them, and that's what drives support higher a little bit for a lodging tax. Then we asked them if they had to choose between the two, which would you prefer to vote on this November? So what's interesting about this question is even those who say, if someone said they're going to vote no on both, they still get to answer this question. So this isn't which are you most likely to support, it's which would you prefer to vote on. And nearly half, 47%, would prefer to vote on a lodging tax. Not surprising, we did see it was more popular, but then you have 19% that say they'd rather vote on a sales tax, 27% say, I'd prefer you didn't put either one on the ballot. So that's a significant group of folks as well, and then 7% are unsure. We then asked for just a catch-all final thoughts that you'd like to share with the town, either about the projects or a potential tax increase to fund them. And what we see is that a lot of folks that took the time and the opportunity to provide final thoughts are those who are skeptical about whether this is the right time. So the top theme is opposition to tax increases. Many argued the town should use revenues more efficiently or cut spending rather than asking voters for more at this time. They also just want more specifics, and that's not surprising at all. We knew in the survey it wasn't possible to get into significant level of detail, so that's good. I mean, it makes sense that folks say, yeah, before I know how I'm going to vote, I need to know more about the specifics, and I need clear plans, cost breakdowns, all those kinds of things that you would expect folks to request or to need from the town. There's also a group here that mentioned in this final thoughts that tourists, second homeowners, or STR guests should pay more for the infrastructure that they use. So ideas included, again, like was presented in the survey, higher lodging taxes, but also use fees, visitor-specific fees. Some said they would only support tax increases if locals were shielded from the impact in some way or another. And then the fourth kind of most common theme that does show up in some of these responses is just this idea or this concern that the town is losing charm, becoming too much like Breckenridge or Vail, and they're criticizing kind of non-essential projects that they don't view as necessarily benefiting locals as much as they do to tourists. So they want to prioritize infrastructure and fire mitigation and things in that realm rather than, again, what they perceive to be non-essentials. And then we also have just the survey demographics here for your benefit. Again, where possible, these are weighted to reflect what we anticipate turnout to look like on things like gender, party affiliation, age range. You see we have a pretty good mix in terms of their tenure in Frisco. And then you see here the same breakdown among race, ethnicity, whether they rent or own a home. In an odd year, the home ownership number is going to be a little bit higher than it would be in an even year, just with the lower turnout, college degree as well, and then income. And with that, I know I went through that pretty quickly, just I wanted to make sure that we had enough time for you all to ask questions. So I'll just return to the start and I can jump back to any slides you may need.
No?
No questions.
Staff have anything they want to add?
Don't, I think, thank you, Ryan, for putting this all together. I think there's one piece that we had talked about, maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit as well. When the questions get asked of the community, like you said, they're very broad. There's a lot of information that's there. When looking ahead at what could potentially be on a ballot, it would be narrowed down, correct?
Yeah, and this is really kind of a dual purpose survey, which I think was the right thing to do. Obviously, at this point, is one, we wanted to ask them how they prioritize these different projects, and then the tax question came after that, right? And so it's really trying to using their way they prioritize the projects to again, yes, kind of craft the ballot language to be a little bit more specific because that's what they want. They don't just want the two very broad buckets. They need to know, okay, what does this mean? Is this going to fund fire mitigation, right? Like that's obviously a big question. The ballot language as we tested it doesn't mention fire mitigation at all. And so a lot of folks are, yeah, like we saw there in that last slide, they're just looking for specifics.
I think another thing to note around fire mitigation is that it is not in the 10-year capital, as you saw staff memo. Because there was a confidence from the US Forest Service staff, ranger staff here in Summit County about federal funding. And that optimism has certainly changed a bit. Funding. It's not as sure anymore that there will be funding, but it wasn't on the 10-year capital for that reason, because there have been some statements made that, it was likely that fire mitigation in this area would. Another thing to certainly consider.
Caveat to that is we've lost Adam Bianchi again.
Yes. So the person who's
District Ranger is.
checking that.
Yeah. So in other words, there's not as much support from the Forest Service.
I guess we don't know, because the staff will get replaced, we think.
Yeah,
But we don't know what the enthusiasm, where their direction is gonna lie.
Right.
Next. Certainly hoping that this study gets finished up in the schedule that we've been contemplating.
Anyone have anything to add? Do you want to just say if you feel like out of these results on the ballot initiative? How about we do that? So are we just gonna go yay and nay after what we've heard? Like, how about, can anybody talk to, constituency with who you talk to, like for me in particular, I've heard from maybe about 10 people in town, all very opposed to raising taxes at this time. After property taxes, after the political climate, and just where we're at. That's what I've heard. I haven't heard anybody say, raise my taxes.
There are a few people that say so.
Well, on the survey, but me personally, like talking to people in town, being around town. I haven't talked to anybody that is support personally. So I have to weigh with what the survey is as well, right? For me.
I have heard some people would reluctantly pay more taxes, but they were specific about fire mitigation. That was pretty much the only thing that they were supportive of. But man, just this news about the Forest Service is really a big bummer.
Certainly, we don't even know if the federal government is going to decide to roll back national monuments at this point either, which is a possibility, because they have mentioned that, at least the ones that were reinstated by this administration.
I will say that, I'm trying to find it, when it talks about fire mitigation receiving a total more likely yes, and then if you look at new trail planning and additions being the highest percentage in that category, I feel like those two kind of go together. As far as the previous plan that we were working on for fire mitigation, it included the whole trails piece. So I guess that's something to think about.
I'd agree, because most of our trails updates were gonna be based in the backyard with fire mitigation. It was all working together was the idea. How about, have we, I know we came to this question because we couldn't answer the question of, have we exhausted all possibilities of raising money towards fire mitigation and trails plan for the backyard?
That's an interesting question. We don't really have anything to raise money for yet because there is no project until the plan is done, correct?
Yeah.
So that makes going after federal state grants related to that problematic.
Right, because the plan has to be complete for a grant to be awarded.
Along with that is there is very clearly changing attitudes at the federal level about funding these types of projects and how to fund these projects. And we don't have any clarity on that yet.
Yeah.
And have we applied for funding?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, we worked with a congressional delegation to be put in for special funding projects that they are eligible for, that they can apply for. I'm not gonna get it right. Either the Congress, the representative or one of the senators was able to get our project put forth to be considered. So it'll be a while before we hear anything. But as well, our senators don't have the same gravitas within the Senate that that perhaps the other party would have.
So what I'm hearing is we might not be able to fund any sort of fire mitigation. Don't know what that fire mitigation looks like because things with the Forest Service are kind of up in the air, if I'm correct.
The plan just isn't complete at this point, but yes, everything at the fire.
As far as we know right now, nothing has changed in the plan as it's moving forward.
Gotcha. And with all of this information about what people are interested in, I'm seeing that fire mitigation is really important. It's important to me as well. And so if folks would support a tax measure for fire mitigation, and we're unsure if we're going to get funding elsewhere, it would make sense to me to move forward with that aspect.
How close are we to finishing that plan with the Forest Service?
We were pretty close.
I mean, it's
the
out.
studies were done and
I think it's still out for public comment right now. If not, it's just recently closed. And then Forest Service will evaluate that, make any revisions, and then turn it in to their hierarchy to get it through eventually to a decision by Congress to adopt it as in the Federal Register. The last time they talked to us, I think we were here in January, February next year. But I don't know that we have anything new as far as estimates.
So I don't know how much the plan will change between now and then either, right? When they've presented to us and they've given us the information, there's a lot of work that they've done on that plan, right? And so I think it is a process to get to the final product, but it's where we've been able to pull numbers of cost estimates for doing work back there, whether it's the fire mitigation, the trail, all that stuff. So a lot of the work has been done, but to Tom's point, it still is a process that has to go through the approvals.
And then for that project in particular, they were talking something like 40 million. For mitigation alone, without a trails plan, and that wasn't on us, it was on them. that was the Forest Service was assuming that responsibility, but position there and now, and especially without Adam Bianchi and, already how many years away is kind of what he was guesstimating, which was at least 5 years before we had boots on the ground. Now we're probably further because we have no leadership, essentially. We have no direction from the federal government, where we would have thought that National Monument might have gotten a little more of a microscope from the federal government on it. That actually anything came out, as far as good or bad from that, but
Possibly it could even be the wrong way.
it could possibly be going on.
It seems that, of course, the survey is very much based on what tolerance there was, obviously, for the tax increases, 2 sectors. Brian, this might have been presented by you, but and maybe I just didn't see it clearly. There are other ways. Fire mitigation, obviously, something we're all concerned about here. I don't think you're going to find anyone in the town who's not concerned about it.
Sure.
There's other ways to fund fire mitigation, and that's by cutting other programs. So there's 2 ways to attack funding something. One is through a tax increase, and one is from saying, well, we don't need that new snow system over at the Adventure Center. In the survey, was there some data or information where people would like to see something like that, where instead of considering tax increases, you look at actually what you have in your capital expenditures, what you have on your list, and maybe attack that first before you come?
Sure. Yeah. So that does come up in the results a little bit. So basically, the survey as we designed it is asking them to prioritize what they would like to fund. But then we also have open-ended verbatim question, at the end that says, can you give us your final thoughts, or can you tell us in your own words which are your least priority? And there are, there's a number of respondents that take the opportunity in those 2 questions to say, yes, I believe that, infrastructure and fire mitigation are important. And in order to fund those, I feel like you shouldn't raise taxes, but you should, cut the things that I consider to be non-essential. And that could be, any different things to any number of people. Some people do mention, the adventure park or snowmaking, or just the things that they view as, again, and we kind of saw it on that last slide, is not benefiting locals enough to make the cut. So while we don't introduce the idea of what do you want to cut to all the respondents, that does come up because we have these open-ended questions where it naturally kind of evolves from the way they answer the question. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you. It's a good presentation, Ryan, by the way. Very, very good. Thank you for it.
Yeah, of course.
The feedback I've been getting is almost exclusively no on a potential tax increase on the ballot. The few times that I have heard it would be tolerable are second homeowners and STRs, which was mentioned up there. It seems to be, those are the areas where the few people that would tolerate it seem to want to see a tax increase.
Doesn't affect
But I would,
locally.
yeah, exactly. But for me, I guess my position right now is I feel the constituency isn't up for this right now. I know our lodging tax is I think below average across the county, right? We're significantly below, I think, Downs, is that correct? But I think
The excise tax.
you don't include the
Excise
excise
is an
tax,
extra
yeah.
5%.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. But yeah, I just
Which brings us up to levels
Yeah.
that are similar.
Not similar, higher.
higher,
Higher than
so
anybody similar to Dylan. It's almost 20% lodging tax on short-term rentals,
so
which
yeah, I
is
mean, yeah.
Considerable.
significant.
So to me, I kind of agree with the people I've talked to that it's not the right time to look to raise a burden on our business. Our business folks in town across the board, whether it's lodging or sales, and it's not time Or maybe it is the time though, for the town and council to continue pushing our attention on fire mitigation, and how we're gonna approach that in the future. Separate topic, but I think this brings out how people are thinking about it differently. I would be against this being.
I'm curious what you guys think. I think that, I think lodging tax affects the economy in a way, so I think if it's too expensive to stay in Frisco, people are just gonna stay in other communities overall. So I'm just saying, do you guys feel like they're kind of the same to me, I guess, in a way? Because we operate on sales tax, but if people aren't staying in Frisco because it's just too expensive for lodging, are we losing sales tax?
I don't think I mean, there's always a tolerance, a price tolerance, right? And part of that is tax to the consumer, passed on to the consumer. When you're looking at some county, I'm not sure someone coming here would not take Frisco or Keystone right. I think they're looking at more what they want. And if all the tax bases are relatively the same, a lot of people, I don't think that many people look at it so that it puts you so way over. Like if you guys ever stayed in San Francisco, you want to see a lodging tax, that's a lodging tax, right? So although I'm against the idea of tax, I think people pay less attention to that lodging tax than at current rates than maybe people might feel. So maybe if there was an issue, there was a need for a tax increase, I think there's probably tolerance. I have no data to support that. Just except for my personal data, I don't pay attention to lodging taxes when I make my choices of where I'm going to stay. I'm going to a destination for other reasons. Unless I see it pop up and it's 60% tax. But
I think I shop around, so if I was looking at coming to this area, I would probably look a place that was the more affordable. I mean, also with certain amenities or placement, obviously that would help me make my choice, but I would definitely be shopping around.
Well, that's where I get concerned for the business people.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones who are going to have to take that sales tax burden and work it into their margins. So even though, let's say Keystone has a room for $100, I don't know what Keystone's lodging tax is going to be. But if they have a room for $100, and that person renting their room includes that tax, and their tax is 10% and our tax is 20%, our business person really has to take a hit to compete, because people will look around for the total pricing, right? I don't know if people pay attention to the taxes, but pay attention to that, and that's where I'd be concerned about hurting our business folks here.
Yeah, I think there's there's a correlation between both of them. Like, I think one affects the other. And it's hard to separate it's just like.
It's hard now. I mean, the cost of labor has increased substantially, the cost of everything has increased substantially. I don't see a need right now for this, given our fiscal position.
So I think some of the other things to consider here are, first, out of that 10 to 14 million, what is it that we would assume that we would want to raise or have in a war chest for this particular project? Right, we have no idea at this point. If we raised sales tax at the half a penny per, what was the total we were looking at potentially making?
1.7.
1.7.
Lodging 1.6.
And lodging was 1.6 for the same, or for that.
So 3 million.
And then is the idea that you would bank that for a project, or do you have to like spend that as it comes in per, you know, for?
There's lots of different ways. You could collect it in fund balance to save up for a project. You could. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways. You could spend it as you go, you know.
You don't have to spend it immediately, you just have to spend it for that purpose.
Right,
The
so
survey
it's, and it's not like you lose it if you don't.
No,
That's correct.
And the survey is heavily presented from the position that this would be a general fund tax, right? That this would get to a general fund.
No, the lodging tax is its own fund.
No, I guess what I'm saying is,
Yes.
yeah, I realize that. I guess I'm phrasing it. But we, let's say we wanted to raise money only for fire mitigation.
It would be a capital.
This is, the questions were broader than that.
You could make it different. You could make it a trail fund, there's, you could make it a fire mitigation fund. And heads up, but right now in the 10-year capital, it came up a little earlier, $300,000 right now for 2028, and starting in 2031, $150,000 for the next 4 years after that. Because it's called backyard improvements, but that's for trails. That's quite.
Is that 150 per year, or
It was $300,000 in 2028, and then it was $150,000 for 4 years starting in 2020.
So in 5 years from now, we would have 1 point.
No, I mean, those are, you know, if you didn't spend those on, you have to spend annually, certainly.
So in the 10-year plan, we have programmed approximately $900,000.
Right.
For trail.
For trails related,
Backyard.
with the idea that that was backyard.
But if I remember Aaron, question, you could have a fund, be part of the ballot language in terms of what those funds could be used for, that tax increase, just like the 5% excise tax was clearly said that we be housing.
I think it's pretty tricky business because if we don't have that plan yet with the Forest Service, it's really hard to raise taxes for fire mitigation when we don't have a complete plan.
Yeah, and we, you know, I don't know if we decided to do it, if the ballot measure was focused at fire mitigation and backyards trails plan and removing the rest of the infrastructure that we would potentially want in there, right? It would be more pointed, so people would at least know that what that was going towards. But I agree in that we don't have any number that, I think it's important that we build a war chest. I don't know the best way to build that war chest at this point, if we have to start looking at other programs or have a bake sale or, you know, whatever. You know, the raising taxes as we did our 10-year plan, this was just one of the ways of raising money with the possibility of seeing some lower revenue down years. And based off of the respondents and based off of who I spoke to, I don't think this is the right time yet to raise taxes or to put it on the ballot in order to raise a relative arbitrary amount of money for a project we know we have to do. And we know will be multi-millions of dollars, but maybe not to us, right? I mean, it may or may not, depending on the Forest Service. So I think that's really where I fall, as well as I'm just not ready at this point.
And Ryan did feel that the survey results could be usable next year.
Okay.
For a ballot question
I
going
think-
forward, starts telling you where the voters' priorities are in terms of fire mitigation, narrowing down what might pass.
And that's, I think, really important. What we've gotten out of this is that, you know, the people have at least said what's important to them and the things we should really focus on a little bit more beyond what we already do and beyond the money we've already spent, you know.
That's certainly one of the ways I looked at it when I saw the data. It was a validation, not only of what working on strategically within our strategic planning, but if you really look at our capital plan minus fire mitigation, we're hitting that stuff that's high priority pretty well. At least you're touching it.
I would say the numbers that are associated with the fire mitigation and the trails, even though that plan is not complete at this point in time, those numbers have been worked on very closely with the consulting group we've worked with our own staff, with the Forest Service. So we all know, right, it's going to be a high number. We know that. But while it's not specific, it has been narrowed down just that to kind of supplement what you were saying there. And then what Vanessa was saying, correct, like, could these results be utilized for what that might look like for next year, for a 2026 question? Absolutely so. The point we've talked about throughout all of this too is the timing of when you do put something on the ballot and what you're competing with potentially on the ballot as well, right? So keeping that in mind, I think right now moving into 2025, what is there that's also out there that could be on the ballot? What is it in 2026 that could potentially be coming onto the ballot? So looking at that as well. Some of those, they're unknowns. We don't know all of that either. But Brian definitely kind of made that a point too, making sure that, you know, if you have a handful of tax questions that are going to be on the ballot, what are the voters going to do? Will they vote for all of them or none of them, or what would that look like? Yeah, and I don't know. I don't have an answer on that, but that's just something to keep in mind as well.
If voters skew a bit older in this upcoming election, the only thing that will be on there is school board members, really. We haven't heard of any other ballot questions coming. The school district has decided not to do a levy override. They are already discussing a bond issue, again, with the potential of adding the levy override onto that as well for 2026. So you start wondering, like, wow, how crowded is it going to be, and what kind of decisions are voters going to make around taxation? Of course, school districts a little different. It's property tax, a little different than a lodging or sales tax, but it's said to us that people do tend to make some decisions about what's more important to them. Taxation. Would fire mitigation rise above schooling and the kids? I do not know.
Yeah, the timing's good, but
Okay, well, so how do you guys feel about this?
I think there's always the option that you allow it to go to the ballot and let the voters decide at the ballot where it's not crowded, where there's not a whole lot of other tax increases possible. But based on the results of the survey, we certainly don't have overwhelming support for any type of tax increase. So like, I don't think there would be wisest based on our constituents.
I'm torn. I like the idea that you brought up, Martin, about looking, you know, this highlights the needs of and the wants of our constituents. And maybe we need to do some adjusting to prioritize those things. And just looking at the number of people that would support something for fire mitigation was pretty high. Number 50.
Hey, Ryan, what was the number of people that would support something for fire mitigation? What was that at?
Yeah, so I think it's important to just make a little bit of a distinction. When we're asking them about the projects, we're basically asking them, would you be more likely to vote yes? And so that, yeah, for fire mitigation, that number is very high. It was 79% would be more likely to vote yes if fire mitigation was included. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they would, like, for some of these no voters, they just don't think it's the right time anyway. And like, yeah, I'd be more likely, but I'm still going to vote no. So it's important to distinguish between whether something made them more likely to vote yes and those that are actually going to vote yes. But yeah, fire mitigation was the one that was an outlier. 79% of respondents would be more likely to vote yes if fire mitigation was included.
It's an important distinction that we got out of this, which is great because for me, it's my top priority as far as what we're missing or what we're not funding at this point.
Yeah, I feel like if I could go back to that retreat, and I would probably change my mind about the budget a little bit to put fire mitigation in there somehow. So I'm with you. It's become increasingly important to me.
I do believe that's one of the questions we have for you as well. Should you decide that you do not want to put this on the ballot, is the next question to look at then the capital improvement plan will be coming up for a review again as we go through the budget process. And would you like to revisit that and look at the priorities and potentially add in something like fire mitigation because of how high the community responded to that? So that's another question.
Yeah.
Just to keep the discussion going.
You know, the answer would be yes for me.
Yeah.
You know, because and especially where we're at, this, like, you know, we could have to rob Peter to pay Paul. Obviously, not everything's funded to, you know, maybe the full level that we would want it to be, but it's such a wild card with the National Forest Service, you know, I mean, like, you know, because are we trying to raise $10 million for this project, or do we have to be sitting on $1 million for it? And
there's some cost share.
And there's some cost share, and I would assume there's some cost share just as far as Adam Bianchi from the beginning. When I first brought this forward, he was like, Frisco should not be paying for this. This should be the National Forest Service. And, you know, he did push us to do the initial findings because they're very slow. That was the reason why we took that on, and we did it. And so we had the SE group and did all the NEPA studies and everything. And theoretically, from his perspective, that was about all we needed to put in. Like, we wouldn't have needed to put more. So, you know, I think in the future, we will probably to put more planned. It sure would be nice to get like Denver Water on board, because this wholly affects Denver's second largest water source. And if this thing were to burn, they'd be out of luck, you know, and so that's where the Summit County Wildfire Council is, I think they've put in 500,000 or so.
They're asking out of Strong Futures, a little under $1 million.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, and you know, not, this is why you're in the big chairs, is because you get to make resource decisions, right? And there's never enough resources to do everything. And so it doesn't mean that the town's money or town's revenue is the only other source we can go to. It just means that we're going to have to turn over a lot of other cushions in order to help fund a project.
Yeah.
And to be clear, town council's been really forward thinking around this project. It is Frisco's backyard. Frisco doesn't own the backyard or even have jurisdiction over the backyard. Rec path to our west is the jurisdictional boundary. That's the county's rec path. It's the jurisdictional boundaries for the town of Frisco. And council said it's a priority. We don't own it. It's not even in the town limits, but we want to make sure that we protect the town and the town's resources. So you laid the table, you set the table, and now you're trying to bring other people the table. To your point, I mean, that is National Forest Service land. It's not Summit County land either. There are a lot of different interests that are coming together, including, you're right, Denver Water.
Water's a piece of that.
Yeah.
I mean, could we do a little more work communicating with other entities like Denver Water? Go to Denver and talk to our representatives and try to, you know, make this some sort of, get it on their radar.
I'm sure we could, and that's where it's like, you know, the Forest Service was running with that, and now maybe not so much. But we have identified one particular project out of $60 million of capital projects, where this didn't even have a number on it in that $60 million. Right now, we're talking about this project, which is.
I mean, we kind of know, based on the planning that we've done, we know what we were planning on, which was the trail piece, which was in that $4 million range. But it's a whole new world out there right now.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, you know, with that, and being that it's a whole new world, you know, I just don't think this is the right time to raise taxes. I mean, because that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about fire mitigation. Fire mitigation was just identified as the more important aspect, and what and how do we raise money for that particular thing. That's where I'm at. I think Martin's been pretty clear. I think Elizabeth's probably pretty clear already. That's 3 of the. Okay.
I mean,
Zach, you did say it's not the right time.
Yeah.
Because of the constituency. Robin, you were riding the fence.
I'm still riding the fence, but I do think it's unfortunate timing just right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a great time to do this, and it sounds like everybody agrees, so.
I would like to see us all put in some more work as to how we can bring these other parties to the table to focus on things like fire mitigation, without putting it directly to the ballot as a tax increase.
So as we focus our budget, or as we refocus our budget, and change some of those aspects, and sorry, Leslie, I'm sure gonna make it difficult on you. You know, and we find whatever under the cushions that we can for this particular project, could we consider how we lobby more for this project than we were going to before?
Absolutely. I mean, one technique that you could, you know, it's both a budgeting technique, but it drives how the town's going to work on this, which is, I mean, you can fund a project in the capital plan with other people's money, essentially, and say it's going to be fully grant supported, you know, for instance. That means that you're telling the staff and the council, we're going to work on getting that. It's not just going to show up because we put it in a capital plan.
Right.
So, you know, and we've done things like that in the past. We've gone after grants heavily around housing, because we knew there were sources and we had needs that directly applied to those. So sometimes we've even crafted codes and zoning and all those types of things to help us be eligible for some of those things. So there's a lot of ways to go about it. That's just one.
Right. You know, I'd be willing to go to Denver or wherever if we had to lobby for this particular thing to, you know, raise focus or raise funds and or try to tap other sources. You know, I'd like, how could we get in front of the Denver Water Board? You know, I feel like I could do that with some pictures pretty easily to the Denver Water Board to convince them that this is important to them. You know, that was Adam Bianchi's job, essentially. He was planning on doing that. So in the end, with this particular project, we, you know, are maybe going to get more vested in it. We're gonna refocus a little bit of our budget towards it without having an idea of what we want to raise there. Right? We are not ready for a ballot initiative at this point for capital projects. And then the other capital projects that are sitting on the list are gonna sit there. Right? Is that where we're at? Everybody relatively agree?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it, and we'll definitely use your info for the next time around, and I'm sure get back to you for anything more.
Yeah, of course. Any questions you have, we're around. So just reach out.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your work.
Thanks all. Yep.
Dinner's here.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Get started. It's like calling and.
Is he for or against Texas?
When I looked at San Francisco, care to guess?
Oh, I bet they're easily in the 40%.
So 14 in tax and between 2 and 3% in a tourism assessment, depending on what district you're in for 16 to 17%.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you are on mic and recording.
Thanks very much.
Yes.
These. Okay, welcome to the Frisco Town Council regular meeting, July 22nd, 2025. I hereby call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council, and can I get a roll call, please? Here.
Here. Paul,
Here.
Steve, Ryan,
Here.
and then Kibbe is absent and Incan is absent.
Very good. We'll now open the floor to public comment. Public comment time is reserved for items that do not have a public hearing later on the agenda. If you plan to comment on an item that appears later on tonight's agenda, please wait until that item is announced and public comment is requested at that time. State your name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if council and/or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting if you're providing in-person public comment, and include contact information for follow-up. So with that, let's open up for public comment in chambers. Is there anybody here? Mr. Alex?
Good evening, Alex Beach, 951 Lake Point Drive. First, I just want to say congrats to Zach for finding the place. Anytime a longtime local can get housing in our community, it's a win. That's why we're all here fighting. Which brings me to what I want to talk about tonight. In the last work session 2 weeks ago, Andy, you actually opened saying, hey, do we even bother having this conversation anymore? We're pretty much deadlocked on every issue. And a lot of the feedback from the constituency is they don't want what we're doing, which I 100% agree with. I thank you for bringing that to the attention. Councilmember Kibbe then said basically the sunk cost fallacy. Well, we've already spent a lot of time doing this. We might as well finish something. And right, that's Psych 101. Just because you spend a lot of time doing it and staff has spent time, like that time is gone. No matter whether you go forward with it or you don't, that time has already been spent. Just pushing forward with something people don't want or you don't have consensus on just because you've already spent time doing it doesn't make any sense. And then Councilmember Allen, you said, well, a lot of the constituency don't want us to do nothing, so we might as well do something. Well, actually, a lot of us want you to do nothing. There was a letter in your packet from a couple in the last week's packet who just bought a DR and said, we would benefit from this proposed new covenant financially, but we don't believe that it's right that we got in and now you're going to be able to raise our property values and we can sell it for more, like, and you're pulling the ladder up. There's plenty of other, there was a headline front page article in the Summit Daily that same day with a lot of residents of town saying, we don't agree with what you guys are doing. So there's a lot of constituents who don't agree with what's happening. And I don't think we should be pushing forward just because we've already wasted or spent this much time, right? Like you mentioned, let's wait until after the next elections. We get some more council members in, get some more public feedback, whatever, and then maybe readdress the issue. But now with where we're standing and what we're talking about, it's not the time. Also, I know one of the main issues that brought this up is the qualifying capital improvements. Well, I just bought a DR, and the first thing I've been doing is spending thousands of dollars updating it, doing renovations, remodels, new appliances, because it needed it, and it was in rundown shape. I'm not expecting to get any of that money back when I sell. I'm doing it because I don't want to live in a dump, right? So the people complaining, saying we need to redo the covenant because we're not going to upkeep our units in our houses because we don't get the money back, then live in a bad unit. The next owner, myself, somebody else, will spend the money to updo it because we want to live in a nice unit. I'm running out of time. I also think, completely changing topics here, but I was watching the end of the work session on the YouTube stream from home, and this has been an issue before. The audio visual of the streams for these public meetings is terrible. Cannot hear or see basically anything that's going on, hear maybe 50% of the stuff that's being said. and then the audio is washed out. It's like a 1999, camera phone. Like when our guest speaker, Ryan, was talking about the survey results, his audio visual, perfect, crystal clear, could see and hear everything he was saying, no problem. When it would switch back to the town of Frisco, couldn't hear a word you guys were saying. So I think it's some time we upgrade that system, figure out a new way to broadcast that, to archive that, so the public can actually participate in these meetings and understand what you guys are discussing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to do public comment? Doesn't look like it. Anybody online, Stacy?
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. With that, we'll open it up for mayor and council comments. Anybody have anything they would like to bring up?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I have a comment I'd like to put out on the record to Chief and to council. In the past 2 weeks, since our last council meeting, I've received 3 compliments on our police department. One written to me specifically, and that has been shared with Tom, and he'll share that with you, Chief. And 2 of those, the letter and then one of the verbal shout outs was for Officer Hillebrand and his professionalism. So there you go. It's a tough job out there. And Chief, I know I personally, as a resident and council member, respect your team and appreciate the work they put in day and day out. So please share that with your officers if you would.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything? Thursday night music was great. Everybody loves it. It's been more busy than ever before. Anything else? If not, we'll close mayor and council comments. Does the town manager have any updates?
A couple, and Councilmember Allen, thank you for saying that. I mean, we tend to hear a lot more comments in the negative side than we do on the positive side. So it's always nice to, when we do get something like that and we can highlight it. So you just, the council just received the community report. That's an annual part of our, published out of our finance department. And it's a wonderful coffee table book and read. It really gives a good snapshot of kind of the state of the town, what the council is working on, who your council members are, who some of the leadership on staff is, a little bit of financial information. And it's just another way that we can be transparent with the public in what we're doing on behalf of the town. That's available online. And of course, we have copies here at the town as well. As
we can update council members in there.
Well, if you notice, it's for the previous year. So that's why.
That's
so
right.
it will reflect this council in the next one. But also we have an exciting event on Thursday starting at 11 a.m. We'll be doing, at NHP actually, we'll be conducting the groundbreaking for our 602 Galena Workforce Housing Project. So, of course, everybody's invited and there will be quite a few people there. Our Mayor Pro Tem will be representing the town. And that's all I've got today.
Okay, thank you. That should be fun to have to speak in front of, Dylan Roberts and everybody else. It's going to be exciting. Okay, with that, I guess we'll move on to the consent agenda. And if nobody has any proposed amendments or anything to discuss about the consent agenda, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we call the vote?
Chick Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Incan is absent, Alan,
Yes.
Kibbe is absent. Goldstein? Yes. And Held.
Yes. Thank you. Consent agenda passes. On to new business. Our only item of new business this evening is agenda item number 1, the 2026 budget guidance. There is no public hearing for this item. We will turn it over to the town manager, Tom Fisher, and the finance director, Leslie Edwards. Thank you for being here.
As Leslie's coming up and getting set. We added this to your agenda this year because we usually don't have a really public discussion about what we're seeing going into the budget process. The first time that the council really sees the budget is our charter tells us that the manager is responsible for presenting a preliminary budget at the first meeting in September. It's very specific. And that's usually when the council first sees things. We do some individual meetings with the council members to introduce a little bit more detail. But that's usually what happens. But in this year, because of several factors, we decided it probably made sense to get out in front of some of the messaging that you're going to hear in September. Plus, we have a few questions just to verify where the council might be heading on a few items. But this is in my viewpoint, this is the most important thing that the council does on an annual basis. It not only decides what programs and projects the town will work on in the following year, but if we're doing it correctly, it's following our strategic planning, it's following a capital planning exercise that we've been through, it's following a housing fund exercise that we've gone through, and really how you're achieving the vision that you set out for the town. And so in that concept, that's what the town members who have voted you in or have appointed you have put you in this seat to do, is to achieve that vision. And we do that through the daily work and the ongoing work that we do on longer term things. And so this is the biggest policy decision that you'll make in a year, is where the several $millions that the town expends, takes in revenue and then expends in order to provide all the services and projects that we provide. So that's kind of the big picture. It's probably not unusual, based on what we've all been reading in both local news, state news, national news, that there is a softening in our economy going on. And we're not immune to that. We're doing better than the rest of the communities from a revenue perspective, the rest of the communities in Summit County. But we're experiencing less growth than we've experienced in the past. And when Leslie gets into her presentation, she'll show you the ramifications of that and why we're having to make certain decisions that we're making. It's still very important to us as we build this budget from a staff perspective and present it to you, that we're meeting as many of your goals as possible. One of those being that we're able to employ a workforce that can fulfill all the things that you want to fulfill. So as we get towards September, you're going to hear some of that theme going through this. But all of our goals are important. We were just talking about wildfire mitigation as being something that's been in our strategic plan, but we're probably going to be working on a little harder in the next few years. There's a lot of other examples like that. And it's the community that gives us these priorities, and we want to fulfill that for the community. We also want to make sure that as much as possible, with all the community members that are here and listening to us online, that they're participating in this process as they want to. We don't always, if you're new to the council, this is usually the participation we get in budgeting from the public. And you know, it's not unusual. Every government that I've worked for, it's the same way. Unless there's something strongly controversial in your budget, people don't usually show. People showed up to listen to the tax conversation today. That's important. That's a piece of what we do, and it surrounds our budget. So we want you to know that the staff has been working on the budget for over a month already to lead into 2026. We got a little bit of an early start because of schedules this year. They've been working hard on meeting some goals around adjusting our operations, especially the cost of our operations, and also looking at our revenue that we can bring in so that we can balance our budget. Our main goal is that we balance the budget. We are obligated to do that by law. There is no deficit spending available to local governments. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie. She's going to go through this presentation and get us started on your part of the budget process.
Thanks, Tom. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to walk you through where we're at currently related to the 2026 budget, and I'm looking for some feedback from you about how we move forward into 2026. And I invite you all to ask questions at any point during the presentation, so feel free to interrupt it and stop me. So we've put together a big picture view of where we're at financially and choices that we may need to make together, and keeping Frisco financially strong and future focused. So tonight we're going to focus on 4 things that are up here on the screen. So first, we want to give you some context on what the financial picture looks like. Second, we want to revisit our priorities and see if they still reflect your vision. Third, we want to confirm whether last year's initiatives are still on track. And lastly, the goal is to build a budget that we all believe in, one that council supports and avoids any surprises later. Of course, reminding you that we do come back to you in September and have a even more thorough presentation. So this is not your only chance to provide feedback, but it's one of several. So starting with the financial landscape, sales tax continues to be by far our largest source of general fund revenue. And as Tom mentioned, Frisco is doing better than many of our neighbors. But we are seeing the pace of growth slowing. So this chart shows you year over year sales tax by month. You can see in this chart, the different colors are the actual activity in town by month, town of Frisco tax only. And then the black line shows our budget for that particular year. So you can see that the growth is slowing. In particular, you can see that in 2023 and 2024, that growth rate we saw shrinking. We expect that to shrink even more or potentially decline between 2024 and 2025. The other thing you can see is that the difference between what we had budgeted and where we actually came in, that difference has also been shrinking. So our plan is to address all of that. So this is, again, the town's 2% tax. What this chart doesn't show is another component of sales tax that we receive. It is Summit County tax. It is collected by the state of Colorado. We receive it through an IGA with Summit County. That tax, I just want to point out, doesn't always necessarily track exactly with this. This is more reflective of actual activity in town. That tax, we have less control over how it's collected, how it's audited, unfiled returns, et cetera. So that's why I'm showing you in this chart, just town of Frisco tax only. So overall, we are midway through the year now as far as collections. We are slightly, very, very slightly ahead of collections for last year for actually both buckets of those tax, the town collected tax and the county tax. But we are slightly behind where we would expect to fall with the year-to-date budget. So at this time, we're forecasting a budget shortfall of about $500,000. So not huge, And luckily in 2025, we have several other areas of revenue within the general fund that are doing quite well. And so examples like the Tubing Hill, the Terrain Park, other fee areas that we collect in, we expect that those will actually possibly be able to make up for some of this shortfall, but we'll see. Very much conjecture at this point. Tom described a lot of the things that we're seeing in the economy softening. We know that inflation still feels very volatile given uncertainty around tariffs. We're seeing a dip in consumer confidence and retail spending across Colorado. Hotel demand for now has remained relatively strong, but that could change at any point. We are seeing that residential and commercial construction are both down. That can impact fees and local spending. And we have used the state's legislative economic outlook for our budgeting purposes so far, and they are projecting that sales tax may decline 1.9% between 2024 and 2025 year end, and a slight rebound between 2025 and 2026 at 1.9%. I do want to point out a few things that we're seeing that are positive in the community. You know, we've seen the Dunkin' Donuts recently opened. We're expecting a new business within the First Bank building. We have the construction of 9097 flats over here at 80 West Main. That will potentially generate some additional sales tax within town. So we are seeing some new activity that will contribute to revenues in 2026. But overall, we are looking to live within our means and find that right balancing point. So this is a chart that was presented with the 2025 budget work session. It's unchanged since then, but the message it is delivering is kind of the trajectory we had been on. So the blue line on this is expenditures, and you can see the rate at the expenditures have been increasing. And then the orange line on this is revenue. So you can see that the growth in revenue had slowed down. So this would tell you that if we didn't change course, that in 2026, our expenditures would exceed our revenue. So that's really what we're looking to change the course on and deviate, because we, as Tom mentioned, aren't going to present you with an imbalanced budget. And this is showing the general fund, just to be specific. So this is some more specifics on projections, and let me walk you through this chart. So as I mentioned, we're looking at the state's legislative council economic outlook and their forecasts. This would put our overall revenue for 2026, so the bottom right corner, that 21.6 million, only slightly below the 2024 actual revenue. So in general, we're kind of looking to be flat in revenue to 2024. So that's how we determined that number based upon that forecast. And then if we, and that's represented in the graph with the orange line. Then if we look at compensation, so in the chart, that's the green bars and salary and benefits in the table below. We've made great strides in the recent years in implementing different strategies, as well as a compensation study, with the goal of attracting and retaining talent. And I think that we've been doing a very good job. We are currently exceeding the goal of having 90% of our positions filled. We only have 3 positions are currently advertised on our website. One is a full-time year-round, that is the Public Works Director. He's still currently with us, but not for much longer. But in order to not lose traction here, staff highly recommends maintaining our maximum pay increase of 5% and maintaining the same level of benefit package that we have been offering. And so what that means is that we are going to see an increase in the salary and benefits line between 2024 to 2025 and 2025 to the 2026 projected budget. So you see that green amount increasing slightly. So that leaves the blue portion on here, which is other expenditures that are not salary and wage related. So that ends up being a plug number so that we can balance the budget so that our expenditures, the blue plus the green, don't exceed the revenue, that orange bullet point. So what you see here with the number that we've plugged in of the 8.9 million is that is reasonably more than the 2024 actuals, but it does fall at less than the 2025 original budget. So it's right in between there. So as Tom mentioned, we have been working on budgets and how to make all of that work. Our goal is to not create great impacts that are felt by the community, but to kind of look at just ways to gain efficiencies and lower impacts, or maybe there are a few things that maybe we're just going to pause for 1 year, but again, looking for minimal impact to the community. Just a reminder about our capital program. So this is largely funded with real estate investment fees, as well as a transfer from the general fund. However, that transfer that comes from the general fund, it is simply the amount of the fund balance in the general fund that exceeds the reserve set by town council, and that is 7 months worth of expenditures. So basically where it comes from is where we exceed revenue budget and have some savings in our expenditure budget. So in 2024, we experienced that, and we believe that it is enough to fund the capital plan that was recently adopted by town council. So we are not recommending to create delays within the capital plan, because that will not help to offset the general fund expenditures in 2026. That's really just a one-time adjustment that doesn't help to fix what may be potentially a multi-year issue with the revenue versus expenditure growth. So here's a chart displaying what I was describing. So this is taking the last chart that we looked at, but adding this purple piece here, which is the transfer to capital fund. So just showing you that we don't require the transfer to capital fund to be included in the balancing of the budget, because it comes from that fund balance that was increased from our 2024 budget cycle. So here's some priorities. This is what staff has been using as far as guiding us so far in developing the budget, but this is something that we're certainly looking for feedback from council on. The big priorities we've been working on are being fiscally responsible, which is really about the long run. That's not about a single year. Maintaining core services, staying on top of repairs and maintenance rather than deferring and creating even higher expenditures down the road. Offering the competitive compensation package I discussed, continuing to fund the capital improvement plan that was recently adopted by council. And of course, we do want to present a structurally balanced general fund with revenues exceeding or meeting the operating expenditures, and meeting our reserve goals, and of course, making our debt payments. So the question for you is, are these still the right priorities for 2026? I welcome feedback now, or we can come back to this, either one.
You can keep going and then we'll come back and revisit.
Okay. So this is a reminder of the weights that council had assigned to various objectives within your strategic pillars and as described in your strategic plan. This helps staff in developing the budget to prioritize different initiatives and connecting the budget directly back to the council's strategic plan and broader goals. So this includes everything from road resurfacing and vehicle replacement to community grants, arts and culture, walkability improvements, et cetera. So we've tried within the budget to capture what we still think matters most to you all. But we are interested if this is still aligned with where council is at, or if this needs to be revisited in any way.
I think we obviously identified, fire mitigation in the backyard with recreation as something that will affect this. As I don't think you guys were here when we did this, right? So this was, we all gave input, sort of weighting, each item that we felt was important, and this is what came out of it. And, we didn't include the backyard here.
You did, it's embedded in at least one, which I say, which is the infrastructure and public safety.
Okay. So, maybe tonight we identified that maybe that number will change a little bit compared to everything else we've got.
And so within what we've been looking at for prior years in the 5-year plans, these are different initiatives and I've sorted them into the different strategic pillars. So I would encourage you to look at this for a moment and see if these are things that still align. And of course, we can add the backyard plan in here based upon the feedback that we receive from you all tonight, or again, to discuss in September. Our plan and priority is to continue all of the things that have been in the plan and not to reduce any of these priorities that have been identified by town council. And I can come back to this if needed.
Yeah, I think the tough thing is now we gotta figure out what area in here we wanna cut back on in order to raise money elsewhere. If we're gonna start doing that.
Yep.
And when you want to start that, right? Is it immediately or is it in one of our out years?
Right. Okay. Anyone have any questions? Okay.
Yeah, here just looking for feedback if this is what you all continue to support for the 2026 budget. And that's really all I have to present. So now is your time to share if you wish. We're looking for, any shifts in direction, just comment about priorities. Your guidance is valuable in shaping the 2026 budget that will be presented in September at the work session. But we certainly want you all to feel like you have a part in this budget, that it's meeting all of your priorities. And we just want it to be a budget that you all feel proud of and support when you're out in the community and feel that we are financially strong moving forward.
Does anybody have any input?
I just have one comment. I appreciate the effort you're putting into surveying and continuously addressing wage inflation. There are many entities in this county, in this state, in this nation that seem to almost want to pretend it's not happening. And it always blows me away because when it's right in front of your face, it's there. And I know I value our town being competitive in that area so that we can draw. I mean, 90%, did you say 90% staff at this point?
I think we're actually higher, but that was a goal that had been set previously by.
I mean, that's something to be proud of in Summit County, for sure.
We are doing quite well. And, we had struggled with that when we were closer to COVID, but staff in general has really made some efforts in making strides there.
Yeah, but personally, it's like, I just wish we could fund more. I mean, that's really it, where, these are all very important things and it all aligns with what we want to do and what we've been trying to do. But there's only so much to go around, which I have to say that was my quote in the New York Times, which I don't think I actually said, but I'm going to say that now.
Now you're gonna own it.
Now I'm going to own that quote.
It is like a household budget. We can have a lot of things, we can't have everything, but we really just as staff want to make sure that we're including the most important things to you and the community.
Yeah, I feel like, when we were doing the weighting, I was kind of really excited and proud of where like arts and culture and recreation fell as far as, it was like 14%, which was pretty high. I don't think we're funding arts and culture enough at this point. I mean, there's just not enough to go around.
And of course, we've talked about that from the standpoint, and you guys talked about it at the time, is that the weighting doesn't necessarily equal dollar commitment, but that is a measure.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I think we are gonna rely on you guys to help us determine how we cut back where on what things. Because none of us are gonna come up with, well, we should, not do road resurfacing, I mean, like, it's like.
You could say
But that wouldn't be the right thing to say necessarily, right?
You might
So-
receive some community feedback.
You
on
might.
that.
We might.
That's like a 3-year strategy.
Does anybody have anything to put in on this?
I mean, I guess like from my perspective, looking at certain things, I'm like, well, how do you cut back on that? How do you shrink it? Like, I don't know, using Main Street flowers as an example, but does that really make a difference? That's just an example that I'm throwing out there, but like, I don't even know if it would save any money.
Right, like how much cutting back would save how much in order?
Yeah, like, do we cut back and not have as many?
Yeah,
You
does
know?
that even make a difference? Or is
Yeah.
it, yeah, I'm in agreement.
I mean, I know it's part of the, zhuzhing up the town for the summer,
Zhuzhing.
I-
Yeah, that's good.
but as an example, it's like, does that even put anything on does it make our trajectory look any different,
Yeah.
It's probably as an example, a pretty small blip that
Yeah.
wouldn't affect the chart.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard because all the larger things, you kind of can't do without them.
But we do have a plan and we're feeling optimistic about it.
Oh, good.
Even though we just threw a wrench into it just before?
Well, the backyard plan, I don't know if I can find $4 million in 2026.
Right.
But you guys
Not
also
that we
discussed
need to fund it at that
external,
level in 2026.
also mentioned other people's money.
Other people's money, right? Yeah, that's something we could potentially put some effort and time into in order to change this a little bit, and I'd like to see more involvement from us, so it wouldn't have to be staff going to Denver Water or whoever else,
Mhm.
if possible, like, that's what I think, I think we could affect that outcome. I don't know if it's easier or better, but it would just relieve, some of the pressure on staff.
I like that idea.
Mhm.
This is really just the beginning of the conversation that we're starting now. We have time, the budget is adopted in October. So we do have time to noodle and share feedback back and forth before that time.
Yeah, with that, I can't see that we're changing anything right now, Anya.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I think we're good just going the direction we're going.
Well, thanks for allowing us to check in with you all.
Thank you, Leslie. Thanks, Tom.
Man, when you see the strategic pillars, remember that?
Yeah, the weights.
Yeah.
That's one that you guys need to kind of do that exercise. Like, you guys should look at,
Where we think.
yeah, because maybe, maybe some of these things don't, ring true for you or lasting social sustainability maybe comes higher on your list, and it was a different council. And so.
And it's also nuanced. I was mentioning where I feel like wildfire mitigation or the backyard stuff is in there. There's other examples of that you kind of have to tease out what those things mean in order to link it to something we're spending money on.
Yeah. So plenty of this to come.
I mean, I don't know how you guys did this, but would it be helpful for us all to do it again?
Oh, man. It probably,
It's a big orange.
it was.
As long as the conversation doesn't start with, are we going into decibels or not?
Yeah, it's really like we did this in a retreat.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, so it
It's
was
a
like
big
we
undertaking.
spent hours to get to this point.
Okay.
But.
And we kept tweaking it.
And we kept tweaking it, and we were the ones who, who instated this. That's where it's almost like if your guys' input might adjust that a little bit more so. Cause I don't know that I would change, my weights at this point.
Fair.
Yeah,
I mean, I like just looking at it, it's something that I can relate to.
yeah, and we could, we can easily just say, oh, we'll take 2% off of this one and add it to that one. And I mean, that's what we
the
did.
beginning of the discussion.
Yeah.
And it then starts to equal direction to us in how we're preparing the budget.
Yeah, and as you guys are a new influence, that's potentially new direction for all of this stuff,
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I see for myself is just lasting social sustainability, especially with, all of the presentations we had with early childhood and all the loss of funding that's coming our way potentially. I think I would lean in that direction, but other than that.
Yeah, that's what rings true for you, which is good, partially why you're here. Anybody else have anything to add to this part? No?
You were in that retreat, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, we've given direction. We're good to go. We don't need vote or anything like that. We can move on to agenda item number 2, resolution 25-11, the energy performance contract with McKinstry. We're gonna have Addison coming up to speak to this one, and
This is Joe Schleifer, the building supervisor.
Joe, thanks for being here. Cheers. With that, we're gonna open the public hearing though. Oh, sorry, I thought I was opening for public comment. We'll turn it over to Capital Projects Senior Manager Addison Canino. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me tonight. I will have to say this has been a long time in the making, so I am very happy that I am here talking about a contract and not about anything else. Again, this is Joe Schleifer. He is the Public Works Buildings Supervisor. The reason I'm bringing him with me tonight is that, I'm here to get this thing off the ground, get stuff moving. But as it relates to facilities, this is going to impact Joe and his crew in a major way, and major in a positive way. So I think we are off on a good start. So just to give a little bit of history on this, since we've been going at it since 2023, when Hillary Soyoka was our environmental program coordinator, and she really got the rubber to hit the road on this and got the town involved in Colorado's EPC program, so energy performance contracting. So just a couple highlights on that. In their 25 years of operating, they've invested almost $850 million in facility improvements around Colorado. In that, there have been 292 million kilowatt hours in annual electrical savings and 52 million in annual savings for public entities. So for us, that's a big plus. There is a guaranteed energy savings to cover the cost of implementation / your capital cost. There is improved efficiency and sustainability in your community. That's being added in and in your facilities, excuse me. And, overall, they support the town of Frisco and other communities, especially the greater Summit County, getting in alignment with those goals. So in getting into this project and going through all the reviews and creating a matrix and stuff like that, I'd just like to go over some, high level highlights, because they are doing so much that I don't need to go in and explain every light bulb and that's going on. So LED lighting, that is a big key component, and that was something that in my time at Public Works, I know the previous two building supervisors have been really ramping that up and getting things going, but this tackles it from a different angle and will definitely help complete that overall project because it's taken a while. Our solar PV systems, those are going to be nice to offset those CO2 emissions, and just really help get money back in our pockets for our energy savings as it relates to our utility costs. We have our EV charging stations right off the bat, and I am currently working with McKinstry to get everything shored up as it relates to getting charging stations installed here at Town Hall. So we would have 2 dual port chargers there. So I think that is a great step forward. We have building electrification, which in the building electrification, it was great that seems like eons ago, reaching out to the Colorado Energy Office and proposing to them Slopeside Hall and the information center. Well, stuff had just transpired because there was so much attraction to that program that the Energy Office basically had to put the brakes on and say, hold up. As a rolling application process, we need to really reassess. So they stopped that. So we got put on hold a little bit. And even though we lost Slopeside Hall, we were still able to use those funds for the information center, which I think is a great case study. And I actually spoke with the Energy Office today that they would like to use that as an example for Mountain Towns 2030 in Breckenridge for a presentation that they're putting on. So I'm pretty proud of that one. And it was great, McKinstry getting them into the fold. Their team was able to pivot really quick and identify the Day Lodge as a source of, hey, we won't completely shut off gas, but use air source CO2 heat pumps. So that is really going to help offset that gas consumption for that facility. We're going to have smart thermostats and building automation. So that is where I'm sure Joe and his crew are going to get a crash course in how all that stuff works. But again, it's going to help out during the daytime, and then it'll change automatically for nighttime. So it's just really going to help make our building infrastructure systems, we can stretch those and make those life cycles a lot longer before they need a lot of money put back into them. Our optimized control for heat trace. I think everybody up here knows that heat trace is always a great idea during planning, this, that, and the other thing. It's great in planning, then you get the first bill and people are like, yeah, well, I don't know about that. Well, one really cool aspect of this program, because we do have so much heat trace on our facilities, is smart heat trace. Joe has already been working through that and getting going. So we're seeing savings immediately. So that's been very nice. This next one is kind of funny because to some parties, Energy Star doesn't really matter anymore, but Energy Star appliances. So let's use that and capitalize on those while we still can. And a staff engagement program. So that's cool just for the fact that not everybody on town staff thinks alike, has the same beliefs on this, that, the other stuff, but it's all about in the education of, hey, as a team, we can do this together. And that actually helps out not only the town budget, albeit incrementally and small, but it also shows that the community shows to the community that we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we want to lead by example. So in that, like I said, that was a pretty quick overview of what we got going on. There is a lot. There's a lot of different facilities that are gonna get touched. There's a lot of infrastructure that's gonna get touched, lights at the tubing hill, that type of stuff. So it's gonna be a great project. And in that, before I move any further and ask council for questions, Stacy, do I have the McKinstry crew on? I do. All right. So I do have Brian, Stephen, and Aaron from McKinstry Group in the event that they need to answer any questions, because another great part about partnering with McKinstry is, yes, I can run capital projects, I can do this, but it's a one-stop shop, and they helped us secure grant funding and helping Leslie, go through the financing piece and stuff like that. So it has been a great experience. I know in all of those meetings, it may not seem like it, Leslie, but I am definitely a dry sponge, and you gotta soak up a lot in that. So with that, I will leave it to council for any questions that they may have.
You have questions? There are questions from you guys?
Really excited about all of this, and we've worked really hard on it, and I think this is awesome.
Thank you.
You did the energy audit. What kind of process? How did that go?
Aaron, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and tackling that one.
Yeah, you betcha. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks for jumping on. So yeah, to kind of pile on with what Addison was saying, it has been kind of a long process. We started this audit back in January of 2023, and it starts with walking through all your facilities, taking inventory of all the various systems that utilize use energy or affect energy use, and then we do a detailed utility analysis, and then we set off on identifying the various energy conservation measures for the project. So that typically takes 6 to 9 months. What really kind of drug out this process a little bit was trying to identify all the different funding sources. With the help of Addison and Leslie, we were able to identify through the various grants and rebates and tax incentives, a very large portion of the project that's going to be funded with, I don't want to use the word free money, but grants and rebates, so it really minimizes how much capital the town has to put in. So yeah, the whole process took a long time, but it's really, auditing the facilities, looking at utilities, we do competitive bid process with the contractors, working with the local subs up there to try to get the best value and really utilize the local contracting base, and that all kind of gets bundled into the investment grade audit and then the following performance contract. So I don't know if that answers your question, I'm happy to dive into any of those various aspects a little bit more if you'd like.
I was just kind of curious.
Yeah, it's really extensive for sure. And this is the culmination of a lot of time and effort from everyone included, because before this came forward, it was all kind of pie in the sky stuff, just to give you guys a little bit more of a background. And this has really dialed it down. And Joe, I hope you are completely, you're open to tell us whatever you need. Not to go over Addison's head, but yeah, we're here to support you, for sure. So that's great. Anything else? Joe, are you finding anything in particular? Do you have to get certifications through Honeywell or anything like that?
I don't that I'm aware of, but I did just get a certification for building operators and got a broad overview of the kind of stuff that McKinstry is learning down.
Nice. Congrats.
A little bit prepared.
Yeah, a little bit prepared. Right on.
I think in closing on our end, it's this process. I've spoken with Aaron and the McKinstry team about it. One of the major benefits of this process, and the town isn't required to do this because none of our buildings hit a square footage, but building benchmarking. So what's been key, and you've been seeing it at your homes or residences, that Excel's been changing out to smart meters, Well, that's all about big part of this process of getting our facilities benchmarked. Not only is it going to help the town be able to track how energy effective, I won't say efficient, energy effective, our facilities are, but also it helps Joe and his team be able to analyze the data and be like, something's not looking correct here. Maybe something's off with HVAC. Hey, maybe something's going on with lighting or the windows, or so it just adds a ton of data points for you to look at. So Joe and his crew can more effectively do their job. And then so Joe can more effectively budget for his repairs. And then if stuff needs to turn into capital into the future, we're all in lockstep.
This is called commissioning systems. And it's all about making things work together so they work better. And that's great. Good job. Well done.
Thank you.
How about let's open it up to public comment if there's nobody here in chambers. Is there anybody online that would like to raise their hand or anything like that? Or are we all McKinstry up there? Okay. All right. Well, then with that, I would, do we have any other questions at all? Staff or anybody? I would entertain a motion and a second to go forward with the McKinstry contract.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the effort to go home, to go on with the go home. Definitely make that move.
Dude, right, come on.
To go on with the McKinsey Street project contract as stated.
I'll second that motion.
Very good. Could we call a vote?
Sure. Held,
Yes.
Skrepchak Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Incan is absent, Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe is absent, Goldstein.
Yes.
Very good. The motion passed. Thank you very much, you guys, and good luck, and let us know what you need.
Thank you very much. Thank you, McKinstry team. We'll link up and we'll talk soon.
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate the opportunity.
Great, thanks. Very good. We will now move on to agenda item number 3, the first reading of ordinance 25-13, an ordinance approving an addendum to the ground lease amendment agreement between the town of Frisco and the NHPF West Main LLC for property at 101 West Main Street for the purposes of an affordable housing development. I hereby open the public hearing and we'll turn it over to the Capital Projects Senior Manager, Addison Canino.
Actually, I think this one's mine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. A little bit of background is in order, and then this will all make sense. Council will recall that it recently approved a couple of different agreements related to 101 Main. One was a grant agreement with the state, CHAFA and OEDIT. Help me, Tom. Office of Economic Development and International
Trade.
International Trade, thank you. I can't remember the IT. At any rate, Council approved a grant agreement with the state under which the state is providing the town a grant of up to $5 million. Essentially, we've been referring to it as the land banking grant. The council has also approved an agreement with NHP that we titled the Purchase, Sale, and Leaseback Agreement. And so the idea was, or the agreement says that the town is going to take whatever monies it receives from CHAFA, the grant that I just described, and use that money to purchase the 101 Main property from NHPF, who's the current owner of it. At the same table and moment and closing, we turn right back around and the town, as the new owner of the property, grants a long-term ground lease back to NHP for nominal consideration, $1 a year. Those two agreements are set and in place, and for whatever reasons, the town recently received some communications from CHAFA that said something like, well, actually, we do have a couple of comments on that grant agreement you approved 2 or 3 months ago. They were very minor. They are in your council packet attached to
the ordinance. It is the addendum itself, simply titled Addendum to 101 West Main Ground Lease. It is all of the 2 pages that you see, only one of which really says much of anything. And it is simply insertions into the lease under which the landlord, the town, the tenant, NHP are agreeing to comply with all requirements and limitations of the Chaffa covenant. You'll recall that as part of this grant agreement, Chaffa wanted an affordability covenant put on the property. So, this is really belt and suspenders. There are plenty of other places to enforce those covenants, but here's one additional one for Chaffa if it likes as part of the lease agreement. The second change would give Chaffa notice and cure rights in the event of a default under the lease. I mean, if you think about it, or the way Chaffa is thinking about it is, this is our money here. I mean, we've granted it to the town. The town has bought the property with this, but we want to be in a position to enforce and receive notice if things are going wrong under this ground lease agreement. So that is the essence of what these A, B, C, D, and E provisions. There's one about rent that is making a clarifying change. But that is what all of this is about, is changes to the ground lease agreement that Chaffa has requested, as a soft term, required of the town and NHP, frankly, in order to close on the grant of up to $5 million. And that's all it is. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I'll express my firm hope that I don't bring any more amended documents back to you for this team. But I won't make any promises. So, but I firmly hope. So anyway, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Do we have any questions?
I'm just looking at B and C, left uncured, and then C it says not cured. Is that?
Yes. It says the same thing. It's making reference to 2 slightly different rights. But
No, I was just picking on the
I didn't draft it.
uncured.
Weird.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, well, with that, if we have no comments at all, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
You want to.
Actually, yeah, we gotta
just
open.
provide for public comment, just.
Yeah, we haven't asked anybody.
Okay, yep,
Just to be sure.
that's great. So let's open it up to public comment. Anybody in chambers? It doesn't look like we have anybody. Is there anybody online, Stacy?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
There is not. With that, we will close public comment, and now we will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve first reading of ordinance 25-13.
That's all you need. You already read all of it.
I second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Can you call the vote?
Goldstein? Yes. Held?
Yes.
Check Adrian?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Incan is absent. Allen?
Yes.
And Kibbe is absent.
Very good. Motion has passed. Thank you very much. Thanks, Thad. Thanks, Addison. So let's see, we have no other business other than an executive session. Which, shall I run through this all at the moment?
It's to move, just read the title in its entirety, yeah.
Okay. Do we have anyone that would make a motion?
Sure, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to move to executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402-4B. CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions related to litigation known as Town of Frisco versus MW Golden Constructors et al. And pursuant to section 24-6-402-4 CRS to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation and to instruct negotiators in preparation for mediation in said litigation.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Stacy, please call the vote.
Absent Goldstein? Held?
Yes.
Check Adrian?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Incan is absent. Allen?
Yes. Thank you.